And yeah, where we left off is we're going to use OpenAPI specs to create our API, and we'll probably even use Dread to test it. We'll see about that part. I care less about the Dread testing. Ugh, come on, no singing. I care less about the Dread testing because I'm not going to be creating any SDKs for this. Like, I'll create one for myself, but I won't be, like, creating SDKs for other people to use. Right? The SDK will just be something I generate here and import into the front end stuff. Ooh, this song sounds good. All right, let's make sure I'm centered in the screen properly. Good enough. Okay, so we're gonna install this. Yep. Ooh, this song is good. Damn. Okay, so we added that. We don't have an error, which means I must have installed it. Yep. Okay, so we did that part. We want to create this. I believe that's going to go in the web folder. I'm going to put it here in utils. I mean, if you add alcohol to tea, then you have alcohol tea. It's actually kind of magical. It's, yeah. You can just do things. Ooh, we could have called this AT prototype. Oh my god. Yeah, you don't even have to ask. But yeah, how you doing, Robert Tables? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I am wearing green. It's like a dark green, but it counts. All right, so we want to declare it as part of each operation. Sure. So then we would do this in the controllers. Yeah, okay, so this makes sense. Oh, I want to do this. Oh, okay, so yeah. Oh, I really like this. I think I'm a fan. All right. The security part, though. I think I just comment that. Yeah, so that has no parameters. Come on, Droid Bishop. We don't need the singing. Yeah, we'll do empty response for now, but there might be a cleaner way to do that. So then this becomes verify. Oh. Hmm. I almost want to... Huh. I almost want to define this stuff inline in the endpoint, rather than having to go out to a schemas file. I feel like the schemas file could get big. But I guess a big part of it is you could end up reusing a schema on other pages. At which point I would maybe just want to scope it to common schemas and call it good. Oh, this song's good. I guess the issue is that I would need to nest these things as modules within the module. Do we have any of the Elixir experts out there? Like, what if I just defined a submodule here? Would I be able to reference it 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 here? And another option would be we could do auth schema. And what's up, Owen? How you doing? So yeah, the JSON stuff must be. Hmm. It's got to be some kind of convention. Just had dinner. Nice. Just making sure we can get another album going. This one's titled Cinema. That's fine. I don't really need the framework because all I'm doing is listening to the firehose. Like I don't plan on posting anything or any of that stuff. Yeah, no, it's nifty. Like, thank you for sharing. Yeah, I just think what I need is really lightweight. Like, I just need to listen to the WebSocket, basically. Which we've already got working and everything. Yeah, no, this is more about, like, building out the API now. Hey, Irish John Games is on the front page? Hell yeah. Category is kind of quiet today, though. Get that singing out of here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about how I want to structure some of this. You know what? I really want to try this. Right? Like, that's just an alias, and the word schema is being used there. So I would think that we can just alias it here as well. All right, so then, yeah, login params and empty response. We are going to have some schemas, actually. Right? Like the empty response is still going to be empty, right? I'm curious how to do this with, like, to actually make an empty response. So I'd need to see some example code for that. I think I want to get rid of the utils, and we'll just put it up at the higher level here. Actually, we'll let that be, because we may have other common stuff where we'll need it. Great first episode. Yeah, thanks. I haven't updated that command in ages. We're on episode 5, and the preview for it is tomorrow. So if you want to be in on the private preview that happens tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. my time, that's what I was editing last night. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what time zone you're in, so just wanted to like throw that out there. But Oh, I didn't actually tweet the, Ooh. I think it's fine. Okay, so your time, like, so I'm West Coast. So I'm 3 hours separated from East Coast. I think Central is 2 hours. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, shit, I guess I didn't announce it. Hold on. Let me do that then. Yeah, let me do that. I think this is important. So, yeah, so let me just do a quick post here. Damn it. Okay, it starts with, yeah, that's how you spell it. Sorry, I need to post this, so give me a sec. Sorry, just give me one quick sec. I gotta finish doing this. Wait, where the fuck did it go? There we go. All right, we'll call it good. Share now. Cool. Sorry, just had to do that. Realized I hadn't hyped up the podcast. So hold on. It should make it over there here in a second. Then I can give you the link. Here you go. So yeah, just in case you want to make it, no big deal. So I think it'll be 11 your time, but if you go to the sign up page, it should tell you your local time. I don't know for sure. Well, looks like we got a good crew of signups. 49 registrants already. Sounds cool. Yeah, man. Way better than last time because I forgot to actually send it out to our email list. And ooh, the tag worked. Perfect. Nice. May not have worked on other platforms, but good enough. Okay, so back to what we're doing. So then back over here. Yeah. Because I think that's our bread and butter. That's what separates. And someone even asked this the other day. What separates Get Kraken from things like Get Butler? Get Kraken's whole focus is on teamwork, helping you work better as a team. Right? Like most of our features are really focused around that, not just individual usage of Git. So yeah, this part we're still not done with, but then we define this module. I think I just need to do something like that. Because we shouldn't need to alias it. All right, so then, yeah, let's look at our modules here. So yeah, we called this module auth, which is wrong. No, that's actually totally wrong. My bad. So login params. Right, so then this just becomes... And yeah, we'll probably have to create a separate, like, sign up endpoint. Or we just assign the user a random name. We could just give them a default name of new user. Yeah, this album's okay. We're giving this a shot because I'm going to see this artist tonight at... And hold on, is my duck's not facing the right way? There we go, I think. Yeah, there we go. Not duck, sorry, goose. My goose isn't facing the right way. Yeah, this album, it's all right. I'm going to see this artist and Time Cop 1983, and I think there's one other artist. Time Cop 1983 is the headliner. This person's one of the opening acts, and I forget who the other opening act is. It'll be my first actual, like, synthwave concert. And right now, yeah. I know Droid Bishop is good. I actually prefer Droid Bishop as a guest on other people's albums. Or when they collaborate with people. Like, let's give this song a try. Let's see how it is. And yeah, thanks, Alex. Appreciate the retweet. Damn. Yeah, Droid Bishop is just better when he collaborates. Oh, that's a good little bit. No one else will ever even see this, but I like that Easter egg. Oh, this is the part. Yeah, that's one of the things I really don't like. Yeah, that's one of the things I really don't like about the Elixir tooling, right? We're getting this error here, even though the error is actually having to do with that, right? Synthwave. And yeah, it's a little like crunchier and faster paced, but in general, synthwave is kind of meant to give you the vibe of like an 80s movie, right? Like some of the best synthwave is like just imagine John Cusack driving down like a lonely highway, racing to tell the love of his life how he feels. Boom. That's the vibe. All right, so yeah, we're hammering out some of this stuff. Again, title, not necessary. The Lagic link, did I mistype it as magic as Lagic link elsewhere too? I did. Good job, Super Maven. Yeah, thanks, Ready Player Emma. I think that is like the best way to describe synthwave, right? If you can't picture John Cusack driving frantically to it, I don't know if it counts. So yeah, damn, that song was good. Yeah, Droid Bishop is better when he's collaborating with other people. But now, this artist, Echo Wolf, I want to figure out everything they've ever done. Because that song was good. All right, let's get to stuff we know, because I don't want to spend a lot of time. All right, so there's our verify params, and then we want to do just verify response. We'll do a refresh token. I don't know if this application is actually going to need the concept of a refresh token. Yeah, I'll have to check that out at some point. Oh, that seems cool. Yeah, someone just sent me a message about a dev quiz thing. Uh, what do JWTs usually look like? I think, what is it? Yeah, JWT.io is still going. Sure, we'll call that good. Technically, the refresh token isn't correct. But whatever. I think it's fine. So then, yeah, let's just see if that does everything we want it to. So then, how do we run specs to actually do this stuff? Um, so we need to do this first anyway. All right, so we get the dependencies. I want to see this specification that it generates for us. Because I forgot to update that. That would be it. Shit. Okay, so hold on. Ah, there we go. That makes more sense. And what's up, Bones? How you doing? And then this was just capitalized wrong. And where did it create that? Here. And we see nothing. Doing all right. Except that we didn't get anything generated here. Do I need to launch it as an application? No, we just add it to there. All right, let's look at all the warnings just to be sure. So yeah, no thing matches, stuff is unused, right? No route path matches, yeah. Interesting. Just want to double check it's not like a difference between these two things. Now, still empty. So... Hmm. There's something we're doing wrong here in defining our specification. This part's working because we can see the title, right? Our security. So our API spec itself seems good. It's because we haven't actually added it to our router. Nope, that's totally it. Okay. Right, so it's using the router to do these lookups, and we're not making any reference to our auth controller. So I probably want to make this actually follow the same convention that we're following here. And hey, what's up, Colton? How you doing? All right, so we're not going to need to do any of that. Doc-wise, this is renders a token response, right? Because we're going to end up reusing this. So what I want to call this maybe is even just tokens. Oh, but I messed up that copy and paste. Okay, so we do that part, and then we need to head to our router again, but hold on, we see an error in here. Keyword JSON, oh, because I forgot to rename this. So then we get to router. And yeah, because we're not exposing this to external consumers, what kind of... Hmm. Right, because I don't want to specify auth for every single thing. Let's just call this authenticated. What up, Gravox? How you doing? One sec. Let me do this. Oh. So hold on. I need to look at how we do Elixir middleware again. But let's do a shout out. What you up to, Gravox? And take it easy on the Rails hate. I see the gags in your title. I think Rails is just fine. Right? Like, in almost every case, Rails is just glue to other stuff. Right? It's glue to your database. It's glue to third-party APIs. The speed of your glue language is rarely that important. But yeah, we don't like to hate on any languages or frameworks in here. Keeps things objective. That's fine. Yeah, the entire power of Rails is developer productivity. There's a lot of magic to it, but that magic becomes nice. No, and I get it. You can do whatever you want on your stream. I just wanted to let you know we're not gonna argue about that here. Exactly. Except brainfuck. Yeah, I mean, you got to draw the line somewhere. So what you're actually talking about is, yeah, these pipelines are middleware. What I'm looking at is how do we do middleware like multiple pipes, I guess. And maybe that's just not something you can do. So instead, we have to do this. So we actually have these backwards. Right? So the API is always authenticated. The auth endpoints are always not. I think that's the way we got to do it. So yeah, basically, Bones, I was just looking at how we compose a bunch of our middleware together and how we can like scope certain routes or subpaths through that. All right, so the router then comes in after that. So this is the place where I think I need to start defining my routes. And that part I'm a little fuzzy on because it's been a bit. So yeah, Phoenix router. Yeah, I mean, you know, you got plenty of time. Learning new languages is fun. Oh, and hold on, let me reply to work. Sorry. Work thing. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it has been a bit crazy, Tech. And yeah, sorry, I just had to send a quick message. I'm definitely gonna have to do some work tonight when I get back from the concert. But yeah, should be fine. So yeah, the Phoenix router. So basically what I want to do, we can do the resources thing. Where is it? Yeah, scopes and resources. Here we go. So I don't want to do a resource, though. It's going to be here in the router. This is a post. We'll call that auth. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. No. We'll call this one authenticated. This one will be API. Everything here is just scoped that way. Let me get more music going. And yeah, sorry, one more thing. Okay. What are we working on? We are creating like a notification application thing for AT protocol, like Blue Sky stuff. All right, we'll call that one login. Thanks, Scriptillion. I'll probably end up shaving it here eventually. Not sure when. ATProto Elixir Web Auth Controller. Oh. Ah, that was it. I like that. It means that we don't need to do... Ah, get out of my way, Clippy. Right? We can just do that because it's already going to be scoped. I like that. Okay. Cool. So yeah, right? This is just API and it's just the JSON part. And then authenticated is what we do later for this part. And this would be API. So this one becomes authenticated. And that's where we could set some other stuff. But for now, I think from here, if we do this, shit. Okay, interesting. So the way we nested those modules... We'd actually need to do this. Then if we do that, boom, generated. And if we look at the AT or the OpenAPI YAML, yes, we see our schemas, which look pretty good to me. Sure. And then we see, yep, security schemas, info, paths. And then, yeah, login, no body parameters, request body would be a reference to the login params. Yeah, I like it. Okay. No, this is nice. That was pretty straightforward. Okay, so now that we're generating this fine, And hold on, let me just reply here. What the OpenAPI code gen is like for Elixir. I mean, you're seeing me do it right now. Like, this is the process. This is what we're talking about. Like, you just saw me generate it. What parts would you like me to show you that you might have missed? Ah, okay. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now. As I start adding more endpoints, that might help you out a bit. But yeah, the library at least that you would want to look at if you're curious is called OpenAPI Specs. And yeah, reading through this README will probably give you at least like the general overview. But if you just keep watching, you'll see. So totally up to you. Because yeah, that's the part we're on. We just validated that adding our stuff to the router is how we make sure that this stuff actually shows up. Which makes a lot of sense because we weren't defining the route when we were doing our like metadata for that route. So instead it's being inferred by where the router is like getting it from. Now keep in mind, this is still about as good as a doc block because you can put anything you want in there, but it doesn't actually indicate that the endpoint is going to honor that. So your user response here could actually be out of sync with what you're returning. And that could be a problem. We're going to be using fly.io, Colton. Currently, fly.io is like the best choice for deploying Elixir. Right, so yeah, let's just double check. And you could just do fly.launch and you're done, right? Which gets pretty crazy, like that it's just that easy. Now, it says here that it needs a gig of RAM. It only needs a gig of RAM if we're shipping the database with it, which we will be doing. Or maybe not. Ooh, I don't know. Oh, so Bones, I see what you're saying now. What I would be using to generate the SDK rather than how I would generate the OpenAPI spec. Because OpenAPI generator is for generating SDKs from your spec. And yeah, I was probably just going to use that. But keep in mind, I'm not going to be consuming that in Elixir. I'll be consuming it from TypeScript. So maybe you're just a little confused on like the order of operations. All the API is doing is providing the specification. TypeScript is going to be consuming that specification. So I don't care how good the Elixir generated SDK is going to be because I'm not going to be using that. Yeah, it'll be fine for JS. Yes, the SDK generated for Go is a bit iffy. Okay. No, Phoenix is more like Ruby on Rails, right? So in that same idea, Ruby on Rails has a thing called like Live View, or no, Live View is the Phoenix Elixir thing, right? There's another thing for Ruby on Rails that is very much similar, and then Laravel has theirs too. Like I forget the name of all of them, but what you're talking about are very specific pieces of these larger frameworks. Phoenix is the Ruby on Rails for Elixir. So it's not the WebSocket thing, even though that could be part of it, but it's not necessarily part of it. Does that make sense? Yeah, what is it called in Laravel, right? Like Laravel Live View? It's called something else. Livewire, all right? So Laravel has Livewire, Elixir has Live View, or Phoenix has Live View, and then what is it for Ruby on Rails? I know they got a name for it. This is 2 years ago. Hotwire. Hotwire. Right? So yeah, basically that is like a facet of these large frameworks. So once you understand that, hopefully that makes more sense. No. So Bones, you're misunderstanding completely. Like 100% wrong. Phoenix is like Ruby on Rails. It has nothing to do with the Next.js style server side rendering bullshit thing, right? Phoenix is Ruby on Rails for Elixir. That's it. Then Ruby on Rails has Hotwire. Phoenix has Live View. Laravel has Livewire. Those things are completely optional. They are not a required part of these larger frameworks. So you can spin up a pure REST API without any of that magic bullshit using any of those frameworks as well. I would highly recommend against spinning up a REST API alone using Next.js. I've seen companies try it, and it's garbage. Cal.com did it, and it would chew up like 4 gigs of RAM to host their entire application locally because it was an individual Next.js application for everything. Yeah, Nest is fine. Not Next, though. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I said the exact same thing. Ew, why would they do that? All right. Did I show the result? Like this OpenAPI YAML file? So we've only done 2 endpoints so far, but yeah. It wasn't generating anything. Like it was giving us like an empty like JSON and YAML because I hadn't actually set up the router yet. So now that we've done that part, we can start adding like more endpoints. How would I rate Elixir learning curve wise? I'd say the syntax would feel somewhat familiar to a lot of people, but understanding the difference between an atom and a string and some of that stuff is a little different. So, yeah, I would say developer experience wise, it's really nice. It does lack like full static type safety, right? It has strong type safety, but not static type safety. If that difference is a little fuzzy to you, then sure, that makes sense. No, not even close. Bad comparison. Because TypeScript will still fail a compile. Like, TypeScript is still statically type safe, right? If you give it a type and it's not that type, it's going to fail, right? Even though, like, so technically what you're getting at is the ability to cast to any and then have a failure there, which you can actually do, I believe, in Go as well. If you just give empty interface, that's basically any. So Go has a very similar mechanism to where you can just throw away the type safety. Now, it would be just more like you won't get exact errors about types here. Yeah, I would say it's probably closer to Python type safety in that you can still get it to fail at build time with the right like annotations and stuff, but you won't necessarily get really good like editor tooling around those types. And it's something that Elixir is working on. Right? Like I'm trying to think of a good way to make this point. Like if I did that, notice how we don't really see anything yelling at me about it? Static type safety would yell at me about it. But if I were to go to try and compile, we would get yelled at compile time still. Right? So that is still safer than the resulting JavaScript would have been, right? Like if we were just compiling some JavaScript together without TypeScript, that would have happily just been something that you shipped up to production and nothing checked. What I will say is that we just lack something as strong as ESLint because ESLint would have been able to catch that for us instead. Yeah, that's fine. That happens. So yeah. I think it's K8S. Yeah, I was like, damn, there's 18 letters in the middle of Kubernetes? No. So yeah, I don't know, for other people out there, just in case, right? K8S is Kubernetes because there are 8 letters between the K and the S. For internationalization, it's I18N because there's 18 letters between the I and the N. Localization is L10N for the same exact reason. Something they created back in the 70s when characters were important. Nah, it's fine. Just throwing it out there, just in case you weren't aware of like the exact reason they're named that way. I actually thought it was because, like, well, no, like, location, I don't know. You can kind of, like, pretend that 10 sounds like it would fit in the middle of those. Internationalization, yeah, sounds like the word 18 a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, in my brain it worked, but it wasn't correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, someone had to explain it to me for sure. It wasn't a video. I think someone just mentioned it. So yeah, I could have sworn that Elixir applications don't need a gig of RAM. Yeah, like I've done Elixir before. The chat overlays Elixir. Pretty sure you've been following that long. Yeah, you've definitely been following long enough. Yeah, I was doing Elixir back when I was building Stream Parrot. Um, is it the default? They have. I could have sworn they have nodes as small as 256. Yeah, they definitely have nodes as small as 256. Yeah, see, like, yeah, memory usage for a basic Phoenix app here is 38 megs. I really don't think a gig is necessary. To me, that would be if you're hosting the database on the same server. I find it strange that they're heavily recommending the 1 gig. That seems interesting to me. Granted, it's not that much, but yeah, I'd actually want to be like farming out to multiple instances. Yeah, like we want to do a fan out when we start checking keywords against things. But yeah, I guess we're gonna have to do some real like benchmarking to see like really like how much is going to get consumed while we're doing this. And we can always use the dashboard, right? So um mix Phoenix server, we start it up. Right, we go to 4,000. We don't have a raw endpoint there. We go dev dashboard. Oh. There are pending migrations. So yeah, hold on. We got to a migration we created, but we didn't finish that part. No, that's fine there, Stove. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks for checking. All right, so adding the magic links table. Yeah, we'll call that good. I think it's fine. So yeah, we need to run that migration. Cannot execute command outside of block. Oh. Yep. That's it. Yeah, timestamps has to be inside of the create table thing. Oh. So I think I got something slightly wrong here. Oh, yep, I know what I got to do. All right, mix ecto. Yeah, so it's mix ecto rollback. Dash dash all. All right, so we drop all tables and everything. And we can go back to our migrations and I think we're good there. We migrate, and that works. Perfect. Okay. Cool. So then, mix Phoenix server. We don't have any migrations pending, so we should be able to reload this. And then bam. So yeah, right? Like, as we get this thing going, we can start looking at how much RAM we're using. Right? Total usage, 83 megs. I don't think we need to enable OS data. But yeah, so this should theoretically fit within 256. I may want to bring it up to 512 just in case, but because I'm going to have the database local, we probably do want to do the 1 gig, but... And this is the part that I'm less sure about deploying Elixir. I want the database to only live on one of the instances. I want 2 other nodes to sit within, like, the cluster or whatever. But those can be 256, right? Because they're not going to have the database. They'll just be communicating with the database through Beam, or through OTP, technically. I think that's the way to do that. And yeah, if we look at memory allocation, It really is magic. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we can go back home. This should be updating as we do it. But yeah, the part that I would actually want to like double check is where is it? Plugs, cores, firehose client. Yeah, so this firehose client, this is where we are currently like listening to the ATProto firehose. This is the part that I would like to fan out to other nodes eventually, right? And I'm pretty sure there's like this stream.from enumerable thing that we could do with it. And then it's just stream.map and a bunch of other stuff. But I guess we don't need the from enumerable. Yeah, I think there's some library we would use to farm this out to other processes. I guess what I'm wondering is is there a way to see that? Yeah. So we see all of these processes, right? The supervisors, the thing maintaining the gen servers. We got Postgres. I'm wondering if there's some way that we can identify the process that is running here, but maybe it's all happening on the same process. So that I don't know. Oh, here we go. So I think this is something to do with it. So if we look at and see TLS client Jetstream 2, right, we see these like reductions and things happening, right? We see the amount of memory that the WebSocket listener is using. I don't see... Yeah, I don't see where like this is going out to a new process. So I don't think we've done that part yet. And yeah, 4 o'clock. Cool. We got plenty of time. I do need to use the restroom and pour some more water. We're going to stick with just tea. I might be able to have like a whiskey, but probably should just wait on it. So, yeah, let's keep going. What is a reduction? That part I'm not certain about. Does that mean it's like those things have been collected? Like garbage collection style? I don't know. It looks like it just went down. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, we've noticed a lot more matches while it's been running. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that more. But, okay, so the API server can run. Are you saying for this project? We're not even at that point yet. I like Axios for its ability to add middleware. But you can get that with other things these days, too. I think there's a good fetch wrapper that I forget the name of. And not middleware, with interceptor support. I wouldn't want to do it with a custom thing. That could be an option, though. Yeah, I said middleware, but, you know, interceptors are basically middleware for your HTTP requests. So yeah, this could be an option. Similar API to Axios. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I like the interceptor stuff. If you're not aware of why you would need interceptors, just think about how you want to handle redirecting a user back to the login page. Are you going to write that on every single request you make, or are you going to just set up a generic 401 listener? So yeah, this one seems kind of nice. And yeah, I tend to prefer libraries and community and all that stuff because I don't want to reinvent things from scratch, because I have to think about me in the future who isn't going to remember that code I wrote. And if I'm working at a company, I need to think about the other devs that need to work on the same project, or whoever might replace me eventually. Because, you know, if you write code with the idea that you can be replaced at any time, it makes sense that, like, you know, you would be a better dev if you just allow it to be something where you don't have to be there and people can still understand it. And yeah, what's up, Snowcone? How you doing? Not sure if you listen to Synthwave at all, but I'm going to see Time Cop 1983 tonight. They've got Droid Bishop and some other artist opening for them. Actually, let me look at that. Profit Prison, which I've never heard. So let's look up Profit Prison on Bandcamp if we can. Been co-working and chilling? Hell yeah. Yeah. Like they're all synthwave artists, so you know it's gonna be very similar to what we were listening to. We heard some Droid Bishop earlier, but yeah, Prophet Prison Bandcamp. Let's give it a shot. Oh, I get it. They're on nightly. What about job security? Honestly, you don't want that kind of job security. That's actually a real quick path to burnout, feeling like you're stuck. All right, so I think I'd like this band in concert. I don't really want to listen to it right now though. But yeah, no, like that kind of job security is actually like a major source of burnout when you feel like you can't leave because you don't want to screw over your team or whatever. Like, oh, they'd fail without me. That's actually a major source of burnout. And if you can avoid that feeling, it's actually just better. And it makes you a better dev anyway by writing your code in a way that you can be replaced. I actually consider that a point of pride, right? Most of the things I've ever worked on, I was able to leave that project because I set it up in a way that someone else could take the reins. I documented things, etc. I wrote code in a way that maybe wasn't as elegant as it could be, but it's readable. Stuff like that. You know, you use libraries that have documentation, all that stuff. Not invented here syndrome is a problem. No, I get it. I understand the joke. I saw the slash S. I thought it was still worth responding to. You know, at least at that point, people understand where I'm coming from. Like, you might have understood it, but not everyone did. It's possible. I don't know. But yes, I do consider that, like, I've definitely worked on at least one project where I felt irreplaceable, and I didn't like it. And what's up, Nicholas? How you doing out there? I've worked on other projects where someone got let go that was irreplaceable because they set things up using a lot of non-standard stuff. Like, oh man, back in the day, what was it? It was like Angular JS NG resource. Yes, I hate NG resource. I think there was also just something else too. It might have been NG resource. It might have been another thing. Yeah, I don't remember. But basically, no, I don't think that was it. NG. Data fetching. It was like a third party thing. But it's old, so we're not going to find it. But basically, there was, I think it was NG Resource. It could have been some other thing, because I don't remember it being a part of the core. I remember it being like a third-party, like request library to your backend kind of tool. And me and a coworker built two projects. We both started at the same company around the same time, and we both started building these like large front-end applications for the projects we were on. He was an asshole, and he got drummed out of that company pretty quick because no one liked working with him. And plot twist, he even interviewed at a company a friend worked at who asked me how I felt about him. And I told the truth. Like, yeah, he writes good enough code, but he's just kind of a jerk. So yeah, he didn't get that job. It really is like a small world. But anyway, when he left the company, someone else had to take over the project, and the NG resource bullshit that he set up, they ended up just gutting in favor of basically the same pattern I had used, which is just use services to do your HTTP requests. And you can use a base service to do your like interceptor logic. This is before Angular 2 and their HTTP like interceptor logic. So yeah, like, yep, just using standard services that require very little documentation or other libraries and bullshit. Sure. Right? So sometimes it's use the platform, sometimes it's use the library. But in almost all cases, don't build something from scratch. But okay, so let's keep going. We've done our auth. We did the auth JSON thing. Login successful is not true. Let's just say magic link sent. I guess at this point, we want to start thinking about how we want to scope our API stuff. So let's head back to the router. And we've got this scope right here for API. And actually, yeah, I was missing this part. We actually want to do that. So then this becomes /API, and that is authenticated. Oh, wait. No. No. We're doing that. So yeah, API versus authenticated. And I guess we could do our pipe through stuff as separate pipelines too, but I think we're fine there. So then this part, we would want to create maybe another scope. /orgs/org ID. And then this is where we'd want to do some like resource stuff. And honestly, I think we can just do this because we don't need a scope. just becomes the resource for users. And we only want to do, right? So the front end, right? We're going to want to build like an admin dashboard for some of this stuff, right? Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I like the idea of this. So we can have these different things, right? We got API there, and we'll create like another scope. We'll call it admin. We'll do a to-do here. Yeah, so I already like what we're doing. Like if we start scoping this stuff separately, then our permissions checks can be different. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna call this admin then. And it ends up being that we duplicate some stuff. Can we nest resources within resources? I'm less sure about that part. But yeah, then here for deleting a user, we're only going to have current. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. So, what is the difference between edit and update? That I don't remember. But yeah, so here, this would be something like get users current, which we don't have an endpoint for yet. And then this would be that. So hold on. Let's go look at the Elixir docs. Here in router. How to organize routes. So yeah, here we go. We see some scopes. It doesn't show us nested stuff. Oh, and technically we don't need to scope them separately. We could actually overlap scopes as long as our paths don't overlap. Yeah. Oh, and new here. I get it. So new is for actually like rendering the page that would have the template on it to generate, or not the template, but the form for this create. So yeah, we're not going to be using new or edit because we're just using the API endpoint stuff. Got it. Okay, so then let's just check this. Elixir nested resources. Oh, no, so that looks fine. Okay. So instead of scope orgs, this is just resources orgs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I do think I'm going to want to just have these as like separate scopes, just cuz. But then, yeah, we want to do the same thing for scoping it. For the API, creating an org, you can do listing your orgs. you can do. Hmm. Deleting your own org, show, update. Yeah, so inside of some of these, we're going to have to do like individual permission checks to make sure like how we fetch the orgs, which I think is fine. And yeah, I'm going to want to build like an admin dashboard for Walter at some point too. So, okay, if we do this, org user controller, let's go look at what we have. Yep. I'm not so certain we'd want to do that. No, that looks fine. I actually think we might comment these out. Yeah, we comment those out. So the SMS and email stuff, I don't think we even need those controllers because we just return all of them from the notification stuff. Right, so then let's just think about this. This would be events. But you wouldn't be able to delete, update, maybe show, and not create either. So yeah, we definitely want to have like a dashboard experience where, sure, like the email notification or the SMS notification or whatever should just work and go through, but you should also have a dashboard where you can see like all of the events over at least like the last bit of time. And we don't need to do end here. So in fact, let's move this up. And yeah, I think those go away. So then, yeah, it didn't really matter. Okay, so then orgs, org users, keywords, keyword notifications, users. That's all of our resources there. this, then the admin would be able to do everything. And then, yeah, so I'm not sure show is necessary there, but I think it's good enough. Okay. Yeah, I like this so far. So now if we were to go list out all of our routes, mix phoenix.routes. So I love this as well. Like you can actually like print out every route that your router has defined. So you can actually double check if some of this stuff just doesn't look right. And because of the way the resources get nested, we didn't even have to specify like the qualifier for it, right? ID is just simply the thing that's the last thing we're getting. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, this looks exactly how I wanted it. We could comment out the admin stuff for now just to make that a little like easier to reason about, but I think it's fine. So then now we want to start building out our OpenAPI YAML stuff for this, and then we'll use the generator to generate our client. And we haven't actually filled out any of the functionality inside these things. So, going to be some work there. But yeah. Yeah, so this is the power of using something like Phoenix. Otherwise, we'd have to be doing a lot more boilerplate for all of these like endpoints that we'd be doing. Whereas instead, it's fine. Like it's easy. I do see our updates are put events. Oh, put and patch. How do I restrict put events? I only want edit to be patch. I don't like this as the appropriate solution. Let me look at how we're defining this on the controller again for the metadata. So yeah, operation, login. I don't see anything specifying whether that's a get or a post. So if we look at the OpenAPI YAML, this is actually going to be wrong. So login post, we haven't done a get yet. So we go back to here. I'm guessing method is just like a thing we could pass to these. And if you just don't have a request, and yeah. Did that actually get held? It shouldn't have. And I can't seem to allow it. Wait, why is that? Oh, expired. Sorry there, Alex. I didn't get to it in time. It does look like Ruby on Rails. They saw the D there, and Rails D is a thing that Twitch determined was sexual in nature. But yes, Elixir, or technically Phoenix, is meant to look like Rails, and Elixir is meant to look like Ruby. So yeah, you're not too far off. Yeah, sorry about that, Alex. I just now saw it. I can't even see what time it was because Twitch doesn't show the timestamp on messages that were held. So yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I was just looking here. I wasn't looking at my my chat here on stream that you can see right there, right? And yeah, well, no, not even locked in. It's more that the stream chat that I see in my teleprompter isn't like authenticated. It's just as if I was not logged into Twitch and just like lurking the chat. So I don't see any like mod messages or anything in there. So yeah, I should probably log in and then I'd see that stuff. But I don't know. I think it's kind of nice just having it be a little bit more filtered. But thank you for that follow there, Seatown Raver. But okay, so yeah, we need to just start doing these other endpoints. So for keywords here, a lot of this actually looks like some decent boilerplate. We're not doing any permissions checks though. So we got to think about the permissions part. Hmm. Yeah, so as far as permissions go, we're going to want to create a plug. And calling this permissions might be the wrong name. Instead, we might want to call it belongs to org. Damn, and it is it listening to my microphone? We might want to call this some bullshit. Okay. Yeah, I think I might want to call this some bullshit. Okay, so it's not listening to the mic. It was just a little too on the nose right there with the belongs to org thing. That was crazy. All right, so to do is get org ID. Is it from claims? From path. Right, so then we would check if user is a member of the org. And no matter what, we just spit out a 404 because we don't want people to enumerate org IDs. You already saw 3. Okay, cool. On to 4 to be caught up. Yeah, I don't think they need to be seen in order. I think that's kind of nice about them. But yeah, the one tomorrow is really nice because Tiffany is a manager, whereas like a lot of the other people I've talked to were like dev leads and some of that stuff. No, makes sense. I get it and I appreciate it. But yeah, Tiffany is actually like a manager, so like her perspective is very different from some of the like team leads type people that I've chatted with previously. So yeah, like this one has like a like I don't know, like a more fresh perspective than some of the other stuff, but they're all fresh because we talk about different stuff anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And I keep forgetting. Stupid me. I bet he's bummed. I hope he's not too bummed. Um, yeah. Uh, I need to talk to Jason Phillips. We need to schedule episode 6. And yeah, like our plan was 6 months or 6 episodes minimum as like a proper mini series, but I don't know if I can keep getting people involved. I might try and keep it going as long as I can. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. So yeah, these are the steps we'll want to do. So getting the org ID from path params. I think it's something like... Yeah, how do we do the path param stuff? Right, so in a route, it basically comes through as this part. I'm wondering if... Yeah, let me just look it up. And algorithm-based coding, my opinion on algorithm-based coding interviews, they're a necessary evil. Like, you just got to figure it out and do it. Right? Companies saw how Google does their interviews and decided, well, we got to be like Google. And history was then written. Does it mean it's right? No, definitely not. Right, even Ken Wheeler has posted, and like he works at like a major financial firm. But basically, he's even mentioned, like, yeah, you asked me to reverse a linked list in an interview. I'll ask you where you have a linked list in your code base. And the answer is, the project you're going to be working on, you're not. You're not going to have a linked list you ever have to touch, let alone reverse. Right? But instead, yeah, it's basically like the secret handshake. They want to make sure that, yeah, it's for companies like Google that have way too many people applying. They need a standard way of filtering out the people that just really just are unqualified. Would it be better? Absolutely, but it doesn't matter if it would be better. If you're the interviewee, it's not your choice to make. So it sucks. Like, you just got to practice leak code. I've worked at a few jobs where I didn't have to do any of the leak code BS, and those were the best interview process I've ever had. Like, in one, I had to create a tic-tac-toe like game, right? I built it, blah blah blah, right? It was a take home. Then part of the interview was reviewing that take home, at which point I chatted about it, and then they were like, well, what if we wanted to do more than a 3x3? What about a 4x4 or a 5x5? And I was like, see, I actually thought that was something that might happen. So I made sure that I built my code in a way that would do it. Let's try it. And it turns out that I forgot a little bit of CSS. Ah, shit. So the game drew, but the grid didn't draw. But it was actually like working and you could click it. But yeah, I just messed up on the CSS. It would have been a quick fix. But the fact that, I was thinking about like building this as a proper thing, not just following the spec, showed at least what they needed to know. So yeah, I was really stoked on that. I really like when they do interviews like that, but not every job is an interview like that. So yeah, the routing cheat sheet. I don't need the path helper stuff. What is connection.assigns? So actually, I don't want to do this in a route. The part that we care about it is actually in a plug. So plug get So here we go. We can get the full path if we want. We can get path info split into segments. We can get the scheme or the query string. I don't want to do query params though. So sessions versus assigns. So it's not going to be on assigns. So yeah, fetchable fields. Here we go. Here we go. So path params. So I just want to do fetch path params. So we end up getting the user ID and the org ID. And yeah, fetch path params does not exist. So I'm misunderstanding this. Okay, so we're a little further. So then if we go to our repo stuff, yeah, we just don't have that method, and org user is not being done. And we're not going to use org user. We just want to make sure we can do it. If it works, then we pass it. So now, yeah, get org user. That's going to be in the repository for accounts. Right, get user by email we created ourselves. Right, this is where the org stuff happens. This is the org user part. So we don't want to list org users. We don't want to get an org user by ID. Don't want to create it. Yeah. So instead, we end up just creating a custom method. Do I need to import plugin.router? No, I'm pretty sure I have that. You're saying over here in permissions, which I should rename. Oh, and I'm going to want to set this on the assigns. So then, yeah, real quick. And I wonder if there's a way to do this in parallel. So to do, add oh, and you know what? No, we don't have to do the admin part here. So yeah, we ignore the admin part. This is just if the user's a member. Add users permissions to con.assigns. Nope. I was thinking maybe it would just know, but no. So yeah, get org user by user ID and org ID. I think that is a fine name for that function. I don't care how long it is. Yeah, we'll call that good, which means that method should be there, so belongs to org should be fine now. But this actually needs alias accounts. There we go. So then we can go back to the router, and all of this stuff here in API inside of orgs pipe through, and I don't know if we need to do the pipeline thing. I think we can just do the plug. No. Oh, okay. So must be inside of a pipeline. Yeah, we'll just say org user. And I messed something up. Yep. Pipline. Air brakes. All right, so then we do that. We got a to-do in there. We've got a... Yeah, event controller we haven't created yet. Oh, but we don't want to do ecto gen migration. This is Phoenix gen, not auth, but gen JSON. Keyword notification events. Oh, but this actually goes in keywords. Oh, and we're going to say keyword event. Right, and this is just it being like found on a platform. So it's just keyword ID references keywords. And I think the rest is fine for now. You know what? Yeah, we'll have a link. Right now, we'll just assume all of them come from Blue Sky. And we can always migrate it further later. Yes, I want to do that. All right, so let's go look at that migration that got generated. This would be delete all. Yeah, I think that works. And yeah, this is going to be nice because this repo I'm building out, we're not to the point with it yet, but I'll be able to start showcasing some of our cool stuff that we got coming for the CLI for Gitkraken. Because I do think I want to have the API live as a different repo compared to the mono repo that the front end will be, right? So the front end will end up having being a mono repo in which this repo would generate our SDK in as a like a package, but then the applications would be the marketing site and the dashboard site, and maybe even like an admin site. I don't know if I want to mix the admin with the dashboard, but it probably wouldn't be that big a deal. I think I do want to combine those. But we'd at least have two applications, so I think like a JavaScript style like mono repo slash turbo repo really does make sense for the front end part. But the back end and the front end need to stay in sync with each other. And I'll want to make like commits concurrently with those. Little bit of a spoiler alert, but it's coming soon. I don't think it matters. Actually, I am curious about that. Sorry, I'm really curious about this. How's the sipping going? It's just tea. No, I think you're talking about the AT protocol stuff. The AT protocol stuff is just done. It just works. The part that we're on right now is building out the API in a way that I can start building out the front end. And yeah, happy Monday there, Mr. Code. You taking off there, Bones? Yeah. Oh, no worries. No worries. Thank you for hanging out. And yeah, that seems fine to me. One thing we need to fix, though, is... Oh. And hold on. Okay, keyword event controller created its own thing. Perfect. Keyword event here needs all of this junk right here. It's like fake Clippy, but close enough. Elixir's great. Yeah, this is not my first time with Elixir. It's been a couple years, so I'm definitely having to like refresh myself on some of it. But as I'm going through some of this stuff, like what we ended up doing here in the router, like the way these things nest and like the boilerplate that this saves, I'm really liking it. Right, like the middleware system and just so much of it is me not having to like reinvent the wheel like I did for a lot of my Lambda stuff, which I really like. Like even generating the OpenAPI YAML ends up being really nice. Now we still need to like validate it, But like all this, like the way that we do the annotation is macro based. I think macro based at least, but like still just like lighter, like still more like safe than a doc block, you know? Like if I did foo, whatever, it doesn't even matter if I type it right. No, it doesn't give any errors. I was thinking this would at least give us some kind of error, but it doesn't. But if, at least if I did... Yeah. Yeah, so we get less type safety around this, which I'm not a fan of. I would at least like to see some errors right there in my editor if I did that wrong. No, operation here is the, like, it's not a macro, but it's used at a macro level for defining the OpenAPI specifications for this method, right? And technically you could put it anywhere you want, but it's referencing this method by name. So it makes sense to put it next to it. But this is for the OpenAPI stuff. Defining a function is just def, whatever, do, blah, blah, blah. So Elixir is basically Ruby syntax on the Beam VM. Whereas Gleam, I would say, is closer to like OCaml syntax on the Beam VM. Not exactly, but close enough. Which kind of explains why, like Dylan Mulroy is such a fan of Gleam. He really likes OCaml syntax, and he likes strong typing. Or not strong typing, static typing. Which is something that Elixir does not have. Elixir has strong typing, meaning that if you violate some of the stuff, you won't build, but you don't get all of that same stuff right in your editor. So that's a bit of the annoying part, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the main difference, right? Strong typing is not the same as static typing. Strong typing simply means that things get checked at compile time, but there's a lot of room to, like, wiggle around it. Right? It's very much stronger than, like, duck typing, at least, right? Or no typing. But yeah, so the part that we're on, we need to run our migration. I did save that file, yes? Create keyword event. And then, yeah, we do that. Oh, but I'm not done yet. I want to do some change set stuff, and I want to define the type. That I don't know, Ready Player Emma. I don't know nearly enough about the ecosystem. We have had a few, like, Elixir experts, or not experts, but some of them, yes, experts, but then just some other people that at least use it on a regular basis and might be able to answer that question better. As far as I know, like, there's only certain things you'll be able to get. Like, we were getting some stuff. Let me show you an example real quick. If we go to, and yeah, that's going to be broken. So, I mean, if we look at it here, undefined field, keyword notification ID on struct, right? So defining this type here is breaking for us, right? So you do get something there, and that was a good, easy way to demonstrate that. But as another option, in this middleware, if we go to our belongs to org and do that, we were getting a warning. So we only got that warning when we had this to undefined. Oh, you know what? Hold on. So let me just do this real quick. So then this becomes a thing, right? And yeah. So we do, like, basically, if there's an error, it stops the entire process and you can't continue checking things. So you will get a little bit of that, like, well, you have an error in one place. It prevents you from seeing something in another place. The moment you fix that error, other errors might be shown. So basically, this right here lets us know that this method isn't defined. And then we go and do that, and it works fine, right? So you do get some type safety for these things, but you can't have any errors, right? These warnings are a part of like the strong typing part. Yeah, it's something. It's not perfect, but Elixir is like really good about being fast to fail. And you get a lot of like compile time checks as well, which are nice. So yeah, better than nothing. Not perfect, but still usable. So yeah, back to this. Nope, not that. Keyword event. Yeah, I want to uncomment this and make it proper. So all we're going to have are link and keyword ID. But I messed up because we want inserted at there too. And I think by defining the type here, we actually get more type safety around that too. I'm trying to think of a good way to show that. Yeah, I don't have a good way to demonstrate that yet. So then let me just double check one more thing in my migration. Yeah, I want this to be keyword events. Ooh. Yep, so that was a mistake. So then from here, I actually want to roll back all. And then here, we redo that. Mix ecto migrate, we do our migrations, and we should be better there. So then, yeah. Yep. Yeah. So we generate an index on that and we're good. Cool. Okay. So we want to add that to the router. And it's not keyword notification event. It's keyword event controller. Oh, and I have it in one other place too. So yeah, that fixed that error. And that should be good. And I really like this. You can just do mix phoenix.routes and see all of the routes that are generated from like these utility functions or helper functions or whatever, which is quite nice. Just in case you forget something there. All right, so yeah, now we just keep going through our list of things, right? Here in keyword controller, we need to start doing the operation stuff. Yeah. So then from there, we can head back to here. Grab the boilerplate for defining the operation. And actually, if we look here, I'm actually so surprised that unprocessable entity could even be a thing here. Because this is just a list endpoint. I feel like that's just some bad boilerplate. Yeah, I think that's just some bad boilerplate. All right, so then, yeah, this part is we need to bring in that. Right, so we do get some safety, like operation here is just not imported. So we got to add it, right? Use controller specs. And then we're good there. This would be index. Yeah, we're going to need org ID. I think these end up being capitalized. So then, yeah, org ID, ID here. And type is wrong. I think binary might be wrong too. So we'll call this list keywords. And currently we're not capitalizing those, right? So this would be list keywords response. Right, which becomes an error because we don't have that. Oh, and yeah, these like org paths or whatever is happening here. This is a nice part too, right? Like this is actually tied to how our router is set up, and it lets us know that this path doesn't exist in how we have our router set up. We got to skip this song, sorry. Right, so now we don't get the warning that that's no longer there. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, that's good. I'll leave that as a to-do for sure, but I think we're actually okay not doing the org check at this level, right? Like getting the keyword would be by ID, but we've already done the permissions check to make sure that you have access to the org that you're fetching by. So you could never get to this point unless we've validated your org credentials. I like that. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, definitely keep some of this stuff a lot simpler. So yeah, org ID, ID, both in path. The list doesn't have a request body because it's just a get. We're going to need to create list keywords response, but we can keep going as we do this stuff. So then here for create, Oop. Yeah, so then org ID. That would be keyword response. This would have a body, though. Left that part off. I don't know much about Coursera. I don't know the specific course you're taking, so I can't speak to that. One thing I'll say is when you're learning, videos seem fine, right? Like focused tutorials like that seem fine. The more you get deeper into software dev, the more you're probably going to rely upon actual documentation. And tutorials still works, but yeah, like something as broadly scoped as Coursera is not going to be as useful as a specific guide for whatever tool you're looking at or whatever, right? Like whatever framework or library or blah, blah, blah. And I would simply point out that the more experience you get, the more you're going to value text over video because it's easier to bookmark a chunk of text. It's easier to copy and paste a chunk of text, etc. Right? So bookmarking, sending a link to someone else, including a link to that bit as a comment above your function, like all that stuff is way better than linking to some video with a timestamp or something, right? So in general, learning with video is totally fine. I would simply point out that the more you get used to software dev, the less video is going to be useful. Yeah, like scanning and reading docs and man pages is a skill that you will eventually have to build. And then eventually you're going to prefer that skill over your ability to watch a video. Not everyone, but I really do think in just a general sense, it becomes that way. And who knows, maybe LLMs change that, and instead of some video, or instead of like some docs page, you're just asking the LLM. Sure. But I would still say that you would benefit from that more with your ability to scan and read docs than you would your ability to get information from video. So then blossoming, that's a good point too. And I would say that's actually very similar to what you would get from blindly like vibe coding as well, right? Vibe coding is basically just copying and pasting whatever a video gave you or whatever some tutorial gave you or whatever without understanding why you're pasting it. So yes, video, Stack Overflow, etc. are basically just the older version of copying and pasting from an LLM. So if you don't understand why you're copying it and what you're copying, you're going to have a bad time. And then finally, I know we get questions like this all the time, but you're the first one today, so why not? The basic idea is get through the course, do what you can. Don't worry about memorizing everything in a video, right? The idea is that you shouldn't waste time memorizing something that you can easily look up. And I'm pretty sure Einstein said that, but I'd have to look it up. That's just a fun joke I like to make. But I think it's true. But the basic idea is you're going to learn more from actually doing stuff than you will from rereading an article again, rereading the docs again, right? You can solidify patterns and habits by doing. And yeah, eventually a course is going to be fun the first time, but don't just go seeking another course because you feel like you don't got it. You'll never have everything. That's just how that works. Instead, start building stuff, and you'll start to memorize the things that you need to memorize anyway, just by simply doing it, rather than like forcing yourself to. And then stuff that you don't remember, don't feel bad looking it up. That's okay too. I have to look up the syntax for splice and slice and a bunch of like a bunch of stuff in JavaScript all the time, even though I've been doing professional software dev mainly in JavaScript for like 10 years or so. Don't feel bad going back and looking up the things that you don't use that often anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Proxies in JavaScript? Yeah, I really don't like proxies. There's some cool use cases for it, especially being able to like listen to changes to an object. But you can get yourself into some real hot water by listening to like it gets really annoying when you accidentally create a use effect or something where the proxy is one of the dependencies of that use effect, because the proxy is basically a new object every time, right? There's like zero referential stability with proxies. So that means that your use effect is going to fire nonstop. Like so much that I believe you create like an infinite loop. So yeah, I really hate that about proxies. I wish there was an easier way to define. Yeah, like you would need some type of like more meta programming focused language. Like Elixir, you could probably have it use some kind of convention to turn the proxy into an ID or a hash of the object, right? There's just no, like, you could make your own use effect that did it, but then your proxies would have to expose some prop. Like maybe if the proxy was exposing the last time it was updated as like a date time or like just an integer for the epoch or epoch or whatever, you could have your own custom like use effect where you could pass a proxy to it, and then the use effect would go through the dependencies and do something. Like I don't know. Ugh. Yeah, yeah. You'd have to like really monkey around with how React does that use effect stuff under the hood anyway. So yeah, I don't know. Realistically, you'd be better off forking React and making it like proxy native by default, and then you could do all sorts of shit. So yeah, I think like a fork of React that treats proxies as like a first class citizen or whatever, to where use effect could just take in a proxy, would be cool. I think that would be really interesting. But proxies are newer than React, and they would end up breaking a lot of stuff if they change things too much. But could you imagine if proxies were a first class citizen in React? You wouldn't need context. You could just pass a proxy directly to a use effect and you're done. And the proxy could just be defined anywhere. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper, right? Like, dude, it was just too on the nose. And are you using Super Maven right now? Because, yeah, that would make a lot of sense to me. But yeah, we are at 6 p.m. I think we've done a lot of good work today. Let me just leave some notes in planning here. Continue to implement the OpenAPI spec. Then go through all endpoints and implement them if needed, because some of these are just done because of the scaffolding. And that's one of the big powerful things about a framework like Phoenix. You have these like generators that can give you all of like the main logic you need in your endpoints, but it's not 100%. So we want to go through and make sure that they're doing exactly what we want. That permissions are being checked, that like we haven't set up our validation yet. So request body validation after that. And I'm pretty sure we can end up using specs, the thing that we're using to like annotate all this stuff. I'm pretty sure there's some way to like get a validator from that, but we just haven't looked yet. And someone mentioned it down here. Like cast and validate can take params. There's one called replace params, set that to false. So yeah, like some of this stuff we'll have to do from OpenAPI specs, but we haven't gotten that far yet. So yeah, I've got a good plan for what we're doing tomorrow. And yeah, I've got this synthwave concert to get to. Hey, what's up, Ethan? You're catching us just as we're wrapping up. Sorry. Yeah, we're ending a little earlier than I normally would. I'd probably keep going for another hour or two. But I got a concert to go to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've never been to a synthwave concert. I've got this one and another one scheduled this month. And I don't know. We'll see if it's something I keep doing, but whatever. Haven't been to a concert for a while. Might as well. Now, who is streaming? I see some Zig and Raylib stuff. It's English and Brazil. Brazil mentioned. Someone doing some website work? Yeah, let's do it. Martine Dowden. I don't think we've ever rated them, so let's go check it out. Uh, 28 is not too late to migrate, but it's going to take some work, Christian. So I think she could do it, but yeah, like it's an effort-based thing. So the more effort she puts in, better the results. But I didn't get my first job until I was like my first job as a dev until I was 32. I had done a little bit of freelancing before that. And I started my degree at 28. I had also been doing a little bit of dev stuff before that, but yeah, so I don't think it's too late at all. But yeah, so everyone on YouTube, thank y'all for watching. I will see y'all again tomorrow. I think tomorrow we can put in a longer stream. As long as I get enough work done. Like outside of stream. So later, YouTube. I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow. That's for sure. So later. See